December the 13th on this kind of chilly, cloudy day here in Cleveland. I'll call the meeting to order. I've got the 9:04 a.m. And let's take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Members will raise their hand to move, second, or speak to a motion. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels a need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of the meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Okay, so we've got a couple meeting packets to approve, meeting minutes to approve. We've got the September 13th meeting, and then we've also got the October 25th special meeting. Can I have a motion to approve? Okay, Rich, thank you. Okay, we have a second. Michael Dever, all right. Any discussion on those minutes? We're good? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed? All right, then the minutes pass from both the September 13th and the October 25th meeting. All right, we'll go on to committee updates here. Executive committee, the summary can be found in your packet. External Affairs Committee, Commissioner Richard Regovich. Okay, info's in the packet. Wonderful. Finance and Audit Committee update, Commissioner Jim Dvorak. He's not here. All right. In the financial reports and the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund quarterly report, those summaries can be found in your packet. All right. Planning and Programming Committee. Jim Gills, is Jim here today? Okay, he's not here. All right, then the summary for that committee can be found in the packet as well. Policy Committee, don't believe Ben Capel is here today. That summary can be found also in your packet. Governance Committee, Commissioner John Hamercheck. Okay, and the summary is in the packet. Wonderful. All right, thank you. Thanks, John. All right. Public comment on agenda items. And we do have some speakers this morning. And each speaker, we do allow 3 minutes to comment on any agenda item for today's meeting. So why don't we start with, let's see, Tom Bullock. And you're going to be talking about resolution 2024-061 this morning? Okay.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Good morning, Mayor. Everyone, I'm Tom Bullock. I'm a city councilman in Lakewood. In addition to being an interested resident, here to talk on the listed resolution. And as a brief introduction, I'm one of the old dogs in local government. In fact, so long ago that County Public Works Director Mike Dever was my first council president. So we've got a proud tradition of Lakewood engagement in regional matters. Today, I'd like to briefly speak. And by the way, thank you for putting public comment up early because it's number one, it's important. And number two, I couldn't stay till 1 o'clock. I hope they have a good lunch in store for you on this long meeting today. Here to talk about climate action planning and the targets that I understand are subject to a resolution in this meeting, 2024-061. So in a nutshell, what I like to do is encourage NOACA and all of the leaders and all the communities here to adopt the strongest possible targets based in science. And as I understand it, that's there's a science-based target of 63.3% reduction, which would do the most by the year 2030 and on our glide path to net zero by 2050. This is important because it's up to us at the regional level to provide the leadership, the planning, the coordination. Making progress on a goal like this is not something we can procrastinate on. We can't cram for the exam. We've got to do exactly what NOACA is created for, which is to work across many entities. I don't have the count, but how many local government entities are represented collectively? There's a lot, and we can do a lot. And Northeast Ohio still has a lot of population, a lot of manufacturing, represents a lot of Ohio's GDP, thank you very much. Even if Columbus has a lot of growth that it attracts, we still matter to the region. And if we do a good and thorough job on this and we plan ahead, we're more likely to do it at a good price with the maximum impact, deliver quality of life benefits to the residents that we're trying to attract and retain. And that includes things like health. That includes things that are very practical, like lower transportation costs. So there are a million reasons. And let me speak a little bit plainly. Donald Trump has been a critic. He certainly won support in the election. But let's remove this topic from the category of national political headlines and woke or not woke and all the stuff that people like to get ourselves wrapped around the axle of, which frankly pollutes too much of our civic discourse these days. What we're talking about with this kind of planning is very boring and important stuff. Efficiency, right sizing the roads, planning for buildings to have air sealing, insulation, highly efficient furnaces, very serviceable and practical infrastructure improvements that frankly don't get a lot of attention, but that's our job at NOACA here. And the reason I think it's important for this group to show the leadership is it's uncertain what the state will do. It'll do a lot this year, a little bit next year. It's uncertain what the federal government will do. It'll do a lot this administration, a little bit next administration. That's no kind of way to plan for a 20-year infrastructure plan. We've got to have some consistency. So it's our responsibility, it's our opportunity to prioritize this. And it's not that hard. It shouldn't be that politically drama-filled. It's pragmatic, it's practical. And so I applaud the work that you've already done. I've spoken to you before. Stay the course. Please adopt the strongest possible targets, because without our region leading, we don't know what we can count on from our other partners. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. All right. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for your comments. Up next, John Callis from Medina County. And if we could just try to keep everybody to about 3 minutes here.
Good morning, everyone. NOACA is billed as a bipartisan group of elected officials. Everybody outside of appointees that's sitting in these chairs was put into their position by the people. And to the gentleman's comments before me, you do have a lot of powerful decisions to make today, again, being another one of them. But the thing that I wanted to kind of draw attention to is the public engagement. Those people that put you in your positions are often brought into the fold in this process to I guess, share their perspective on what needs to be done and priorities. NOACA's public engagement sessions that they come out with to engage the public, generally, in my opinion, it's not very, it's very leading in a lot of the survey questions. Excuse me. So a lot of the survey questions are kind of slanted in one way. They offer a lot of, like I said, leading questions that have a predetermined solution pretty much by even participating in the survey. There's no real opportunity for the individual to opt out. Again, I live in Medina County. At the last, I believe it was the long-range plan engagement session that we had last week, there was about 20-some people in attendance, and there was a lot of people that didn't fill out the survey because they didn't feel that there was any way for them to object. There's a lot of people that don't want anything to do with a lot of this stuff, whether it's workforce development or transit, bringing buses out to Medina. We have our own transit system. We don't want the rail. We don't want light rail. We don't want a lot of that stuff. And there's no way for us to be participants in this and express those opinions to you by filling out your surveys. The Regional Metro Parks Connectivity Plan, I believe it was the first one, was a survey that went out. It was filled out by 640 people in a region of almost 2 million. I believe your transportation survey that you sent out to the public, you were looking for 1% of engagement in that, which was about 9,000 people. If you look at some of the contents of that, it's already, again, a predetermined conclusion that the people want this stuff, whether it's bike lanes or to participate in the transit survey. I believe you had to submit some pretty sensitive information about your household, about the ages and the genders of the children. I believe sexual identity might have even played a role in that. You wanted kids' elementary school or school addresses and where they were traveling. It's very invasive. And I believe that it's there to net the answers and the results from the people that you know are going to participate in this. So as we look at this, as you all sit there, again, as elected officials, the majority of you, I think you need to realize that the ground level people that put you in office are not necessarily being considered by these surveys. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Thanks for coming up today. Let's see, Sue Krejci.
Good morning. My name is Sue Krejci, and I live in Brunswick. I'm with the Homes Not Highways group, who's fighting the law requiring an interchange to be built on Boston Road. I'm here to talk about the study that you authorized in September to look at interchange and non-interchange solutions to improve safety and reduce traffic congestion in the Strongsville, Brunswick area. To refresh your memory, after Brunswick would not consent to a Boston Road I-71 interchange, Strongsville's representative Tom Patton slipped interchange by formula language into the budget bill back in March 2023 that circumvents NOACA and requires an interchange to be built between Route 82 in Strongsville and Route 303 in Brunswick. Strongsville has their sights set on Boston Road as it would be an ideal way to handle the additional truck traffic from the Fultz Industrial Park expansion they are currently building. And despite their puzzlingly emphatic denials that they never intended to connect it to Boston Road, it is a fact that Strongsville has been advertising just that, their expanded industrial park, on their economic development website with a map showing Fultz Industrial Parkway connected to Boston Road as recently as June of last year. Amended Senate Bill 155 is a repeal bill that was amended into a study in the Senate Transportation Committee. It easily passed through the Senate in June and was unanimously voted out of the House committee last month. The last step was supposed to be a full House vote. However, within sight of the finish line, we were informed this week that House Speaker Jason Stephens has no intention of bringing it to the House floor for a vote, effectively killing the bill at the 11th hour. Representative Patton strikes again. To say we are devastated is an understatement. Instead of rejoicing with their families during this holiday season, residents of both Brunswick and Strongsville worry this might be one of the last they spend in their homes. In March, we will have been fighting this bad law for 2 years. 2 years of calling and emailing to advocate for its repeal, attending meetings like this locally to plead for help, and so many trips to Columbus to testify in seemingly endless and repetitive hearings. And now, despite all of this, we will be starting back at square one in January. You may recall that I was here back in June asking you to put guardrails around the study by authorizing it only contingent upon the repeal of the law. I understand that did not happen, and we are now without any leverage left. Strongsville officials in their testimony claimed the law was necessary to force a study, yet they have their study and the law still stands. Regardless of what the study says, Strongsville can still and likely will demand an interchange be built on Boston Road because of this law. We're truly in uncharted legal waters at this point. I'm here to ask for your help to fight this. Is there a way to pause the study until the law is repealed? We know that this is being watched nationally and sets a very ugly precedent rewarding those who act in bad faith to circumvent the normal processes. That is, going around you and other MPOs to enact their will legislatively. This is the new and apparently effective playbook. Waiting 2 years for a study to be completed when this law continues to hang over us seems like we are again playing with a stacked deck and a predetermined outcome. I urge you to help us take back your power and help fight for what is right. I'm not sure even what that is at this point, but we appreciate any help that you can give us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sue. Thanks for your comments this morning. All right, we will move on down to the agenda here to the president's report. I don't have anything this morning. Executive director's report. Grace, do you have anything for us?
I do. I'll try to keep it short since I know we have a long agenda. Good morning, all. Belcho, could I get, oh, there we go. Thank you. So in looking at the priorities for the long-range plan, we have been having long-range plan public engagement sessions. We have completed 7 public engagement sessions, including in the 5 counties, each one of them, and the city of Cleveland. We have had more than 150 people attend the sessions, and there is a survey that we've been asking folks to fill out. You can do that at that link. Communications and outreach. There was news after the last board meeting, of course, of the authorization to conduct the study of I-71 corridor between Brunswick and Strongsville. And we will, at this point, wait to see what will occur in terms of the desire of the board to move forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would it, I just have something to add to that in light of the public comment we had. Is this, could I be recognized just for a little amplification of what both the public comment and the executive?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
So first of all, I appreciate the public comment kind of bringing light to it. I don't know how many folks in this room were aware, but the word that we received midweek this week is that the legislation to repeal the forced interchange is not going to make it to the floor in lame duck, and kind of we had been hoping from a expedited process of getting it through committee that it was going to make it to the floor. They were waiting on a date to get it scheduled, and then the word they got was that it hadn't happened. So just a few comments about that, and I appreciate the chair for the indulgence here. But first of all, I do want to commend our executive director because she has had continued efforts. I don't know how many people have been following it as closely as us from Medina have been, but she's really been carrying out what has been this board's steadfast support of the effort to repeal the interchange law. And as you heard, the departing Speaker of the House is allowing one lame duck representative essentially to keep this from getting to the floor. In several conversations over the course of the past couple of days since I became aware of this, I have heard that part of the justification for keeping it on the books is predicated on the study that we authorized at our September meeting. And having been here and part of that debate and hearing the comments of Mayor Brennan, of several other folks who stood up for the role that MPOs play in this process at the time, I know that wasn't our intention. I know it wasn't our intention to approve that study as a means to keep the law on the books. In fact, my intention at the time, and I know others in this room shared the same feeling, was that by approving the study, it would pave the way for the legislature to continue making progress on the repeal. So that was really, seemed like the appropriate next step. I think it was us standing up both for the residents of the Boston Road corridor in Strongsville and Brunswick, as well as the role that MPOs play in this process. And at that point, we were kind of putting our faith in the Ohio legislature and doing the right thing to complete the repeal. And today, it definitely appears to me that our faith was misplaced in a House Speaker who is much more inclined to follow the lead of one member of his caucus over the majority of the House members who support this measure. And make no mistake, the majority of House members, if this gets to the floor, it will pass. That's part of the reason I think it's being held up, quite frankly. Those interests have been given an opportunity to trump the democratic process, which I think Ms. Krejci spoke about very eloquently, in which so many residents, as well as our executive director, have engaged in over the past 2 years. It's worth noting that the Senate approved this measure by a vote of 30-1. It passed unanimously out of committee earlier this year with absolutely no opposition. No opposition testimony, no opposition votes. It enjoys broad bipartisan support and would likely pass by an overwhelming majority if it were brought to the floor. Mr. Chair, in light of this development and the fact that this board has been unwavering in its support of the repeal effort, I would like to propose that the NOACA staff take the next few weeks to examine the possibility of canceling this study. To that end, I would like to have an agenda item at next month's meeting to reconsider the authorization of the study. At that point, we'll know the outcome of this legislation. We can determine our next steps, and from there, we can make better decisions as far as the role that we should take. I'm very proud of the efforts of this board to stand up for the role that MPOs should play in this process. I'm also even more proud of our unwavering support of the citizens that we've heard from Brunswick and Strongsville who are threatened by this project. So I think us sticking up for their lives and livelihoods throughout this process, the only next logical step is to reconsider that traffic study, which we should do at our January meeting. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Grace, did you?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for your remarks. We certainly can look at the possibility the possibility of postponing the study and looking at perhaps a resolution to be passed in that regard in January. So we'll prepare all that paperwork.
That would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Grace, did you have other items in your executive director's report? Okay.
We had in the news some article about the Brownfield remediation program and how we have been contributing to the region's cleanup and redevelopment of underutilized land. We had an article in Cleveland.com about Berea seeking TLCI funds for their Front Street sidewalk connection. We had news articles in Autosphere, which is a national newspaper, as well as Cranes Cleveland, about our EV charging station program. We had Great Lakes Now.org as well as Cleveland.com cover the regional Metro Parks Trail Connectivity Study. Again, the I-71 interchange legislation that we just discussed was covered in the Medina Gazette. A note of congratulations to our own Danielle Render. Danielle is our Director of Public Affairs, and she was recognized in cranescleveland.com as notable leaders in communications for 2024. I'd like to suggest we give her a round of applause. Danielle does a terrific job, and we were thrilled to be able to nominate her for that award. And we're so glad that they publicly were able to recognize the terrific work she does for NOACA. Legislative and funding issues. We did have Transportation Day this year. And this year we focused the theme on safety. And so we called it a safety summit. It was held on December 3rd. We had about 60 attendees. It was a terrific event. A lot of content packed into about 4 hours worth of work. Would like to thank our participants, particularly Mayor Justin Bibb and Mayor Khalil Sarin, both board members who participated on a panel. We've been having ongoing meetings with the Region State House delegation. Our recent meetings include Senator Matt Dolan and Senator Nate Manning. And we have an upcoming meetings with Senator Jerry Serino and Representative Dan Troy. State Bill 155 testimony. I did go to Columbus on November 19th to testify at the Ohio House Economic and Workforce Development Committee. in support of State Bill 155, which is to repeal the legislation that requires a new interchange at Boston Road and I-71. It did make it out of the committee, but as you note, as been noted today, it is now uncertain in terms of its repeal. We have a new webpage that we believe will be an excellent resource for board members and for all of those who are interested in funding throughout the region. And so the new funding resources webpage is live now, and it links to NOACA's IIJA strategy, and will continue to support the information posted to that website, and have those entities that do choose to move forward with their grants, we will provide letters of support and or collaborate with them on the applications. Our IIJA strategy, as well as all of the collaboration that has happened over the last year in the region, has certainly brought forth a number of grants. We talked about the EPA grant for $129 million, $79 million of which is going to Paynesville, and 20 going to Cleveland, with 30 going to Cuyahoga County. We have some other great news since that award announcement. We've received an infra grant to develop the North Coast Connector. That grant is to the city of Cleveland, and it's for $60 million. It was part of the IIJA strategy. We also have the Clean Ports Program that was through US EPA for $94 million. And then we have Safe Streets and Roads for All grants for 2024. And a number of our communities and board members received those grants, including Cleveland, Cleveland Heights, Cuyahoga County, Euclid, Independence, Lorain County, Rocky River, and Willowick. And those grants are totaled at several million dollars. We will be hosting a workshop on January 15th, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. It will be virtual, and so we will expect a lot of folks to participate in helping us to update the IIJA strategy. We're about midway through, and we'd like to make sure that we have all of the projects that really do intend to move forward on the list, and if some of them fall off or are delayed, that we have replacements for them. In terms of major project updates, the EV charging station program, phase 1, we have 18 sites now installed and operational. Relative to the overall work program, you've asked for regular updates on the van pool. We have grown slightly since we had the last report. We now have 50 active van pools, and that also is a net number, as we had 11 discontinued van pools, but we continue to work to increase the number of van pools throughout the region. Street supplies program, we currently have a project in the city of Cleveland, which is temporary speed humps on South Taylor and Harcourt Drive. We do have $77,130 in funds remaining from our 2.5% set aside. One of the things that we are considering, and so we would like to get some input and feedback on this, we mentioned this at the Safety Summit, is that there is a piece of equipment called Road Prints, and it allows for a mechanized way to mark road marking, or I guess you mechanize the road markings, And that truck will be out front at the end of the meeting, so you can see it on your way out. And we are considering a purchase and or a lease of that vehicle, and so that it would be added to the street supplies program as part of the inventory, and then can be used by members of the community. I know a couple of mayors that were at the Safety Summit saw the vehicle and were definitely interested in us pursuing that potential funding or leasing. And so take a look at that and give us your feedback. The household travel survey, we have now completed the household travel survey, and we did meet our goal of 1% or 9,000 participants. As you know, the last time we had discussed this, we were only at about 6,000, and we had to reissue the survey to more households in order to get that number up. So this was a very difficult threshold to meet, but we were able to meet it. And we now have some data that will be able to be used for the travel demand model. We now have the TLCI implementation program applications. We received 16 of them, which total $8 million for $2 million that we have available. And so we will be continuing the evaluation of those projects. We've had virtual presentations of the projects, and staff will be looking to make recommendations to the board in the spring. Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund, this item is on the agenda, so I won't go into any detail, but we at this time, as a steering committee, have made a recommendation to spend the remaining funds in the revolving loan program, and thus really taking that program to a successful level. Engagements. We've participated in a number of engagements since the last board meeting, including the OARC Executive Directors Meeting, City Club Forum with Secretary Buttigieg, GCP Roundtable with ODOT Director, Downtown Cleveland Improvement Corporation Annual Meeting, ODOT Access Ohio Steering Committee Meeting, Downtown Cleveland's Future Forum, Geauga County's Transit Wheels to Work, Cuyahoga County Mayors and Managers Association Annual Meeting, Ohio Transportation Engineering Conference. We also had staff present in Columbus. I'm particularly proud of the fact that we had a planner one who had two sessions, two abstracts accepted, both of them on safety. The National Association of Regional Councils Annual Conference and Board Retreat for Executive Directors, the TRAC Regional Presentations in Canton, and the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations AMPOS Conference in Salt Lake City. Also, yesterday we had completed a desk review, the desk audit that is part of the Federal Transportation Management Agency certification review. And we have USDOT officials today here with us to report to the board on the outcome of that review. Announcements. Some of you still have your FRAC questionnaire to submit. Please do so if you have not done so yet. Most of you have, so I thank you very much for doing that. It's much appreciated. So we have some happy and sad announcement about Gail Godick. Gail, who has been with us for 20 years, and she is a communications specialist. And you all know Gail because you see her at every board meeting. She is retiring. And so that is sad news, but also happy news. And I know Gail would like to say a few words if the chairman
Oh,
would.
absolutely. Yeah, I see her in the back there.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to tell you what an honor and a privilege it's been to work at NOACA for 20 years. As Grace mentioned, I'm a communications specialist, so I do communications, public outreach, also like event planning, like the annual meeting. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of work, but it's been really rewarding. And I thank everybody for the privilege of having worked here for 20 years. And just, taking care of the board and seeing you in action has been just a real honor and privilege too. Over the years, the members have changed, but everybody seems to want to do is what Howard Mayer refers to as for the good of the region and or for the good of the order. And I applaud you all for your efforts to do that. It seems like sometimes there are things that maybe people have disagreements about, but you always manage to work them out, and I applaud you for that. And I just think you guys are terrific. And I wish you a lot of great success and great health and all sorts of good things in the future. And this is my last official board meeting as a NOACA person, but hey, might show up sometime to do public comment. You never know. So thank you again.
All right. We'll miss you, Gail. We'll miss all the friendly greetings as we come off the elevator. So hope you enjoy your retirement and definitely come back and visit us sometime.
That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Grace. You've been busy as usual. Thanks for all the great work. Up next, we've got all our resolution and action items. We'll begin with an executive committee, some recommendations here. We will start off with resolution number 2024-048, executive director and CEO contract extension. I don't know if you have any bullets for me, but I can. Oh, here we go. Okay, there's your the resolution. A little background here. So Grace's current contract does expire the end of this year. At our November 8th meeting, the executive committee recommended the renewal under the following terms. The term would be January 1st to December 31st, 2025, with a 1-year option. Compensation, the base salary would be established using the average current rate percentage difference from the Clemens-Nelson compensation study, and was sent to the board president in June of this year. Executive director, CEO will also be entitled to salary increases on the same basis as NOACA staff. Performance review. Annual performance reviews will be conducted by the executive committee based on goals and objectives as may be agreed upon by the executive committee and the executive director and CEO. I don't know if there's anything else there. Okay, so here is the copy of the resolution. The action before you today would be approval of resolution number 2024-048, which approves the recommendations of the executive committee regarding a contract renewal for the executive director, CEO, and authorizes the president of the board to execute an amended and restated employment agreement. And so I'd ask for someone to make that motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
If I could, before making that motion, there's some details within this that I think may be more appropriate to discuss in executive session. Would, I believe we should go into that executive session. So I'm wondering, or I'll make the motion that we go into executive session so we can discuss the details of the contract and the compensation and analysis.
Okay.
And I'd like to second that motion.
All right. So Michael made the motion. Bonnie, second, no, we need a roll call, don't we, to go into executive session here?
Mayor Alai. Mayor Antiskevitz.
Yes.
Bonnie T. Win.
Yes.
Jeff Engelbrecht. Mayor Bopes. Tim Williams. Jeff Brandon.
Yes?
Mayor Brennan.
Yes.
Don Calvert. Andrea Abby.
Yes.
Bob Kleiber. Mayor Costelli. Mary Serby. Andy Conrad. Mayor Corcoran.
Yes.
Mark Cunningham. Mayor DeGeeter. Jim DeRosa. Michael Dever. Kyles Dreyfus Wells. Linda Sternheimer. Mayor Holzheimer Gale. Mayor George. Councilman Griffin. Commissioner Hammercheck. Commissioner Harrison. Tom McNair.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Casey. Mayor Kumar. Shane Hajar. Sarah O'Keefe. Councilman Miller. Patrick Patton.
Yes.
Matt Walter. Commissioner Regovich. Commissioner Riddell. County Executive Ronayne.
Yes.
Andy Hawk. Did I miss anyone?
Okay, wonderful. And I'm going to propose that we have Ryan Gambala, our attorney, be in executive session with us. And Grace, you want to take a break then? Okay. All right. And then we'll have the public step outside. We'll stay in here for the executive session once we get the doors closed.
Move
Mike? No.
to leave executive session.
Wonderful. All right, thank you. Can I have a second, please? Second, Patrick Patton. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay. Motion passes. We are out of executive session. Back in public. All right. So we've got resolution number 2024-048 under consideration here. We have the proposed resolution before we went into executive session actually wasn't seconded. At least that was my understanding. So we do have a new modified resolution. Yes, Aaron?
I would move for approval, Resolution 2024-048, which is modified and actually has been printed. So I guess, would you like me to read it?
If you would, yeah,
Okay.
read the whole thing.
Is
Yeah.
revised from what was in the packet. So I will, everybody who's in executive session may have already heard this, so I apologize in advance that you have to listen to it again. But this is the revised resolution that I am moving for approval. Whereas the Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agency is the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the counties of Cuyahoga, Geauga, Lake, Lorraine, Medina, and the city of Cleveland, and the Area-Wide Water Quality Management Agency for the same region. And whereas Grace Galucci has served NOACA as its Executive Director CEO since July 1, 2012. And whereas the Executive Committee has evaluated the Executive Director CEO's performance over the prior 12 years during the course of 3 contract periods. And whereas an amended and restated contract extension was discussed with the mutual objective of ensuring exceptional organizational performance. Sorry, I'm making one further revision, but the way I read it is the way I'm submitting it. Ensuring exceptional organizational performance, and whereas the Executive Committee recommends that NOACA extend the employment agreement with Grace Galucci for an additional year through 2025, with an optional year through 2026. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agency, consisting of 46 principal officials serving general purpose local governments throughout and within the counties of Cuyahoga, Geauga, Lake, Lorraine, Medina, and the city of Cleveland, that Section 1, the employment agreement by and between NOACA and Grace Galucci be amended and restated to reflect the recommendations of the Executive Committee to extend the employment agreement through December 31, 2025, with an optional year through December 31, 2026. The Executive Director CEO will also be entitled to salary adjustment subject to the results of a future performance evaluation. Section 2, the President of the Board of Directors is hereby authorized to execute and implement the new employment agreement.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a second, please? Mary, thank you. Any discussion on the resolution? Okay. Can you tell them that, Ryan, please?
I'm sorry, the mechanics of that would be a motion to amend the resolution as just described. If it passes thereafter, there would be a vote to adopt the resolution as amended.
Okay, great. And any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay. Then the resolution passes. The amended. Amended.
Yeah, the resolution is amended as described by Board Member Harrison. The next step, if there's a motion and a second, would be to vote to adopt or approve that resolution
We need another one?
as amended.
Okay, who made that? Mike? Okay.
I'll second.
Stephanie seconded that. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay. We have passage then. All right, we're good? Excellent. All right. We'll move on down here. Next, we will consider resolution number 2024-049. Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for Metropolitan Transportation Planning Process. And Grace and Ronnie, you going to take this one for us?
Sure.
So, good morning. So the federal planning regulations require a written agreement between each MPO, the state DOT, and the transit operators. This is standard and routine. It identifies mutual responsibilities in conducting the Metropolitan Transportation Planning process. ODOT's developed a memorandum of understanding template to comply with the federal law, and Ronnie will go into further detail on this item.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with the NOACA staff. The action requested is for Resolution 2024-049, which authorizes the Executive Director to execute a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between NOACA, the Ohio Department of Transportation, ODOT, and relevant transit agencies to carry out the Metropolitan Transportation Planning process. Previous action is the Executive Committee recommended this action at its meeting on November 8th of this year, and this item was presented for information only to the Transit Council at its November 15th meeting. Federal law regarding metropolitan planning agreements requires a written agreement with each MPO and relevant state DOT and transit operators throughout the country. In 2018, ODOT issued an MOU, which addressed performance management, but not other requirements or aspects of metropolitan planning. ODOT developed an MOU to comply with federal law. The MOU was circulated to the Ohio MPOs and transit agencies to ensure compliance and statewide consistency. And a finalized agreement was prepared, and that document is now being available for signature by the MPOs and state transit agencies. ODOT's goal is to execute the MOU by the end of this year. There is no financial impact, and pending approval, the NOACA will execute the MOU and submit it to each of the transit agencies for signature. Again, the action is to authorize the Executive Director to execute the MOU between NOACA, ODOT, and transit agencies to carry out the Metropolitan Transportation Planning process. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ronnie. All right, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Andy. Can I have a second, please? Second. Can't see who that is. Matt? Excellent. All right. Any discussion on that resolution? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, resolution passes. Up next, we'll consider resolution number 2024-050, regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities update, second quarter, state fiscal year 2025. And Allison Ball, you've got this one for us?
Yes, I do. Is this on? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you, Board President. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Allison Ball. I'm the grants coordinator here at NOACA. And this morning, we are requesting that the Board of Directors adopt the resolution 2024-050, approving the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities. This is the update for the second quarter state fiscal year 2025. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act provided 5 years of funding for varied infrastructure, and over half of the funds were allocated for transportation infrastructure and distributed through competitive grant programs. The NOACA board adopted the strategy in June of 2023 through Resolution 2023-018, providing a strategic approach to prioritizing regional applications for the IIJA discretionary funding opportunities. And subsequent to that, the board passed a resolution 2023-032, providing guidance for updating the strategy. And this guidance provides a flexible process for proposed updates and ensuring equitable practices in implementing and updating, and it's similar to prioritizing projects on the tip. So this quarter, why isn't it? Oh, that one. Oops, I did that. So we update the strategy we annually, and as Executive Director Galucci already mentioned, we're going to have a workshop to update this strategy in January. A community may propose updates for consideration by submitting a form, which is available on our NOACA Funding Resources webpage. And if an update is necessary between quarterly updates, we will implement consistent with Resolution 2023-032. So we have two updates to provide for you this quarter, and one is really about the program. Some of these programs are now being the notice of funding opportunities are coming out with combined funding years, which caused some of the changes. So the Reconnecting pilot, the Reconnecting Communities pilot program, their NOFO came out for 24, 25, and 26, which resulted in changes. And the Protect NOFO came out for 2 years of funding. The project changes that came in were for a name update for the NOACA Lake Erie Connect Lakefront Trail Regional TLCI, and we amended it to add the I-90 and neighborhood access. And that project was submitted, and then Lorain County added the bridging access workforce transportation solutions from Lorain and Elyria to the mega site job center. And that was an addition for FY 2026, which was due back in September of 2024. On page 39 in your packets, you see a marked up version of the strategy, and it is color coded. The strike throughs mean that the community did not submit. This was either because the projects were, NOFOs didn't come out, or in communication with the sponsors and the projects weren't ready. The blue indicates applications that were submitted. Purple indicates projects that were updated. Green is always good to see, it's awarded funds, and red is unfortunately not funded. The unmarked version starts on page 45 of your packets, and then on page, I believe, 49 is the description of the 64 projects that are currently listed on the regional strategy. So pending board approval, the staff will continue to collaborate with partner communities and organizations to ensure applications are submitted. And as already mentioned, there is a workshop January 15th, 2025, which will review the first 2 years of the strategy, how it's worked for us, lessons learned, and then update the strategy for calendar year 2025 and 26. And when you look at those tables, you'll see there's a lot of vacancies, a lot of places to fill in projects for years 25 and 26. So again, we're asking for approval of Resolution 2024-050, which approves the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities, update second quarter state fiscal year 2025.
Okay, great. Thank you, Allison. Can I have a motion to approve? All right, Kirsten, can I have a second, please? Pam, thank you. Any discussion on this resolution? We had comment? Yeah, Mary?
Yeah, I just want to, I appreciate the website, the new update, and a QR code to be able to get to the IIJA. I know we've heard from some communities, they don't even know what it is or where it is. And so I think that precise location on the website is really going to help. And I was very glad to hear about the workshop in January, because I think it's been a couple years since we've had groups. I think the challenge is board members here see these spreadsheets and see these projects. And I think some of the communities that are not represented on this board are not always as aware of that it exists, and there's a matrix and that there's priorities, and a lot of people are still applying for funding unknowing that this matrix exists. So I'm really glad we'll be having another workshop, and hopefully we'll get good attendance and good additions to projects in future years. And we hope the money keeps coming.
Very good. Thank you, Mary. Any other comments? All right, we'll take the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay, the resolution passes. Thank you. We'll move on next here. From the External Affairs Committee, we're going to consider resolution number 2024-051. What? Yeah, it's 2025 legislative agenda. Yeah, Grace and Bev. All right.
Oops.
That I think we're both trying to control it. Every year we provide in a legislative agenda to the board.
Hey, Grace, you need a mic.
Thank you. Every year, the External Affairs Committee provides input and a recommendation to the board regarding legislative priorities for the upcoming years, or the upcoming year. The priorities reflect the vision, the goals, and the objectives of the NOACA Regional Strategic Plan. And this year, we even had more input from the advisory councils, and they recommended updates to better articulate this vision. So Bev Bertzloff will go through the detail and the changes from the legislative agenda from 24 to 25.
Good morning to the chair and members of the board. Thank you, Grace. I'm Bev Bertzloff, Associate Director of Government Affairs here at NOACA. So we are requesting that the board adopt Resolution 2024-051 to adopt the calendar year 2025 legislative agenda. The External Affairs Committee recommended approval of this item. And it was also presented to the advisory councils that report to External Affairs Committee for their input. So quick background, the agenda states our high-level priorities at the federal and state levels. It does require annual board approval. Most years, there are very few updates, if any. For 2025, we're proposing some updates in the style to reflect NOACA's new branding, and a couple minor updates in content. Those updates were recommended by External Affairs Committee following advisory council discussions. So you can see the style update in the 2024 and proposed 2025 legislative agendas were included in your packets. But here you can see the update in style. It's been a while, and so we're really pleased with the new look. And then going to the federal priorities on page 2, the first priority, you can see the style change here, but I'll go through these real quickly. The first priority on the federal side is strengthen the MPO's local control of core transportation programs. We're not recommending any changes to this one. Number 2, promote asset management as a funding priority. Again, that stays the same, no changes proposed. On priority 3 on the federal side, there's just one minor update. We're adding literally 3 words there. The priority is to incorporate safety, sustainability, multimodalism in planning and funding. And in the text below that, it notes that a specific focus should be to include public transit, passenger rail, Hyperloop, and we're just adding and bicycle pedestrian funding programs. It's really just calling out that specific mode to the feds, to members of Congress. Now, turning to the state priorities, we do have more updates on the state side. And a lot of this is due to the fact that we're coming into a biennial transportation budget year in 2025. So this is a good chance for us to really make our priorities known and make them clear when we speak to state legislators. So this is how it looks now. And you can see instead of just 2 priorities, we've added a 3rd priority for 2025, and I'll talk about that. So the first priority is improve the region's rate of return from state allocated funds to meet regional asset management needs. No change there. The second priority, number 2, is advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state programs and funding. So this is how it looks in the 2024 agenda that's currently in place. And we have some updates on this one. Some of this just involved tightening the language, stating it a little more simply and clearly. But we did specifically add language at the end of that first paragraph. We added language So we're saying NOACA advocates that the Ohio General Assembly provide sufficient funding for both capital and operating costs to support the development and preservation of non-automobile transportation, particularly public transit. And then what we've added is, which should be funded in a manner that reflects and enhances local and regional investments. That's to note that we here in Northeast Ohio, we tax ourselves in Cuyahoga County to pay for a transit system, and we think that should be taken into consideration when the state, distributes transit funding, that we should be rewarded and not penalized for the fact that we pay for transit ourselves locally. And then the second paragraph really is just a lot of it's just restating what we already had, although we did add new language at the bottom of that second paragraph. In fact, NOACA supports the creation of a dedicated long-term source of transit funding. NOACA also advocates for increased funding for passenger rail, bicycle, pedestrian, and other forms of multimodal transportation facilities and operating assistance. So really, these are just clarifying things that we've really already been advocating for. And then this is the new priority. This one is brand new at the state level. Advocate for state transportation programs, policies, and funding that will improve transportation safety, air and water quality, climate pollution reduction and resilience, and economic development opportunities. And this one really was added to reflect some of the new work that we're doing, or expand, really it's work we've already been doing, but work that we have expanded our work in. So we wanted to call these out very clearly and specifically when talking to state legislators, so they know that NOACA is doing these things. And then the back cover is really just a style update. There's no financial impact, and pending board approval, NOACA will share the calendar year 25 legislative agenda with our federal and state elected officials and other stakeholders, and it will guide our advocacy initiatives throughout the year. So we're seeking approval of Resolution 2024-051 to adopt the calendar year 2025 legislative agenda.
Great. All right. Thank you, Bev. Can I have a motion to approve? Okay. We have a motion over here. Can I have a second? Second, Mary? All right. Any discussion on the resolution? Aaron?
Yeah, I just had a question about state priority number 1. Is there an idea of what that revised funding formula ought to look like? And specifically, I guess the question is, would revising that funding formula take any money from any member counties that actually come directly to it at this point? Or does that all kind of affected on the ODOT portion of it?
If I can answer that one.
Go ahead.
Sure. So we've done analyses in the past where all 5 of our counties are below they're at the end of the spectrum for receiving funds. So they're in the bottom 1/3. So there is no county that does better than what they submit to Columbus in terms of their gas taxes. That being said, we have not proposed a new formula. We have looked at some things, such as rather than each county getting 1/88th, which is how the county share is divided up. We've looked at that. That, however, would have some negative consequence to some of our members, so I don't know that that's something that we would want to promote. Nevertheless, there still should be some way that it could be proportionate to vehicle miles traveled, or perhaps a combination, or perhaps not take anything away from anyone, but do something different for an upcoming tax. I did speak with the new director of ODOT about 2 weeks ago, and we did have the discussion about ODOT and NOACA partnering to help them see the research that we've done, and that they would do their own research then to perhaps come up with something that makes sense.
Just the other point of clarification, which I think is good. It's that the NOACA region would receive. So that means, from my reading, that we're not distinguishing between funds that go directly to NOACA and funds that go directly to member communities and counties?
NOACA does not receive any direct funds from the state gas tax. That goes directly to counties and cities and to the state.
Great. All right. Great question. Any other comments before we take the vote? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right. Then the resolution passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Under the Governance Committee, up next, we're going to consider resolution number 2024-052, calendar year 2025 Board Committee, Subcommittee, and Council meeting schedule. And Grace and Liz, you're going to discuss this one for us?
This is our typical annual schedule, and we align all the committee and the board activities, ensuring that all items go through a proper vetting process before they actually get to the board. And I will allow Liz to go into any further detail.
Hello, Liz Barlick, Associate Director for Executive Affairs. As Director Galucci mentioned, this is an annual item setting the meeting calendar for next calendar year. The action requested is that the Board of Directors adopt the following resolution. Resolution 2024-052, which adopts the proposed calendar year 2025 meeting schedule for NOACA Board of Directors, committees, subcommittees, and councils. This item was recommended by the Governance Committee at their meeting on November 8th. So this aligns all of those council subcommittees, committees, and then board meetings and activities with our required state and federal actions and operational items, and ensures a thorough review process. And when setting the calendar, we do make sure to check meeting dates against holidays and any significant regional events to avoid conflicts as much as possible. Just a quick reminder of the structure of the board so you can see how the various groups roll up into one another. So for example, one of the changes that Director Galucci mentioned that we'll be making is to have Equity Subcommittee and Economic Development Subcommittee meetings on the same day since they both report to the Policy Committee. Here's some other changes. The Economic Development Subcommittee meeting, the time is being changed from 12 to 8:30. Same, I think it's the fourth Monday of the month, but it's being moved to the morning. These are all based on feedback from members as well as the Governance Committee. The Business, Community Role, and Emerging Leaders Advisory Councils are being all combined into one meeting, and the time is being moved to a working lunch, so they will have lunch provided. And as I mentioned, the Equity Subcommittee meeting is being moved to the same day as Economic Development since they both report to Policy Committee, and the time is being changed so it's not so late in the afternoon. Nobody likes a late Friday afternoon meeting. Here's a snapshot of it. This is in your packets for review. No financial impact. Once it's approved, we will set the meeting schedule. We will send out a whole bunch of calendar invites for you to add to your calendars. And as a reminder, the action requested is approval of Resolution 2024-052, calendar year 2025 meeting schedule for NOACA Board of Directors, committees, subcommittees, and councils.
Great. All right. Thank you, Liz. Can I have a motion to approve, please? Mike, thank you. Second, Sam. All right.
I also have a comment.
Yes.
I apologize, all thumbs. I was putting in the dates and I sent invitation to all of you to one of the meetings, so I apologize.
Thank you for that.
All right. Very good. Thanks, Sam. Any other, Mary?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody that was involved in the Equity Subcommittee. We've had a real challenge on having a quorum at our meetings on a Friday afternoon, and so I'm hoping this will help, and so appreciate the change.
Very good. Yep. All right. Any other comments, please?
Just,
Chris?
Chair, just to kind of extend on that point as it relates to all committees, hoping kind of coming up this year, we can talk to committee chairs about what actually works for them. I think we've had a couple of chairs that just our own schedule is conflicted with theirs, and it's hard to get them and sometimes a quorum. So that's just a hopeful, I guess, resolution for next year.
Sure. Okay, thanks, Chris. Any other comments, please? All right, then all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay, resolution passes. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on down to the Finance and Audit Committee. Next, we're going to consider resolution number 2024-053, Brownfield Steering Committee Charter and Membership Amendment. And Grace and Jason, you're going to take this one for us.
Yes, so this is really a two-pronged item. It's this and the one after. We have received at this point $2 million in supplemental funding that was awarded in September of 2024 and the prior year in 2023. The Brownfield Steering Committee meets quarterly, and we have had 3 previous loans, so we have another one to propose today, as well as we have a charter amendment reducing the number for quorum for some of the purposes that we stated in terms of meeting adjustment. So I will turn it over to Jason Nauer, planner, who is responsible for the Brownfields revolving loan fund and does a terrific job. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, and good morning still. So the action requested today is for the Board of Directors to adopt the following resolution, 2024-053, which amends the Brownfield Steering Committee Charter and Membership to change the requirement for a quorum from a majority of Brownfield Steering Committee members to 1/3 of the members. The original approval of the charter and membership was in March of 2023, and this resolution is recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee. So a little background, the Steering Committee Charter and Membership includes 29 members, 26 of which are voting members. So this includes 5 members from the Eastgate region, 9 members from the NEFCO region, and 15 members from the NOACA region. And the membership is made up, as you can see, of members of the organization's board of directors, subject matter experts, and subject matter experts, sorry. So the steering committee meets quarterly to review applications and make recommendations for funding. The majority of voting members is currently 14, and that's the requirement to form a quorum to conduct business. There has been a Zoom option made available for meetings to try to encourage participation, given that it does cover a 12-county region as opposed to NOACA's 5-county region, but there has still been difficulty reaching quorum. So the steering committee recommended the following charter amendment at their October 25th meeting, and that is to change the requirement for quorum from a majority of Brownfield Steering Committee members to 1/3. So that would be going from 14 to 9 members to form a quorum. There is no financial impact for this action, and pending board approval, Brownfield Steering Committee Charter and Membership will be updated to reflect the amendment recommendation. So again, the action requested is approval of Resolution 2024-053, which amends the Brownfield Steering Committee Charter and Membership to change the requirement for a quorum from a majority of members to 1/3 of the members.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Jason. Can I have a motion to approve? Michael? All right, can I have a second, please? Jeff? All right, Rydell. Any discussion on the resolution? All right, we're good. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay, resolution passes. Thank you. Also, under the Finance and Audit Committee, we'll consider resolution number 2024-054, the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, recommendation for funding, Cajaga Land Bank. And Jason, you're going to take this one for us again?
Thank you. So the action requested today is to adopt Resolution 2024-054, which offers a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the Cuyahoga County Land Reutilization Corp., commonly known as Cuyahoga Land Bank. to remediate the Lazy Ave East 93rd Street site contingent upon U.S. EPA eligibility determination in the amount of $208,000. Previous action here, it was recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee. So a little background, the steering committee met in October and reviewed two applications, one from JSAACC LLC for $270,000 and one from the Cuyahoga Land Bank for $208,000. The steering committee initially voted to support both projects with the remaining funds of the RLF. Currently, there is a little under $227,000 available for loans. And the recommendation from the steering committee was to offer JSAACC LLC an amount to serve as a match for a grant that they received from the Ohio Department of Development. So their intention was to provide funding in a form of gap funding. So if there was a gap for the cost of remediation, and then the remaining funds would be offered to the Cuyahoga Land Bank. So after further review with the project assumptions and cost estimate provided by JSAACC LLC, the grant that was awarded to them from ODOD was actually the full amount for the remediation, and the match that was provided was the acquisition cost. So therefore, we, NOACA staff, determined that there was actually no gap in funding, therefore no need for a loan. So their application has been withdrawn, but they were encouraged to reapply if additional remediation funds are needed. So in conclusion, the recommendation is that the Cuyahoga Land Bank be offered the full amount of their request, which is $208,000. So background on the Land Bank's project. It's located on East 93rd Street, just north of Union Avenue in the city of Cleveland. It's 11.75 acres of vacant land, and it was previously an aluminum foundry and RTA site. It is currently zoned 2-family, and the proposed reuse is manufacturing. So the land bank will need to get a zoning variance for that property as they're in order to have it redeveloped in the use that they propose. The Cuyahoga Land Bank is the fiscal agent for the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund. The Site Readiness Fund is going to be supporting the redevelopment of the site once a end user is found. And the requested $208,000 is for subsurface remediation of hazardous substances and closure and removal of petroleum underground storage tanks if present. This is in an environmental justice community, and it's expected to create 65 temporary jobs and 100 permanent jobs at approximately $20 an hour. U.S. EPA eligibility determination is still pending, although indications are that it will be eligible. They just need to get some final details hammered out. And the financial consultant that is retained by NOACA for this program, Satsina and Associates, did deem them creditworthy. So the financial impact would be the allocation of $208,000 from the revolving loan fund in the form of a loan to the Cuyahoga Land Bank, and the loan will be dispersed as reimbursement of eligible expenses. Pending board approval, the loan will be executed and the funds will be encumbered. And the Brownfield Steering Committee meets again in January of 2025 to evaluate any new eligible applications. So again, the action being requested is approval of Resolution 2024-054, which offers a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the Cuyahoga Land Bank to remediate the Lazy Ave East 93rd Street site contingent upon U.S. EPA eligibility determination in the amount of $208,000.
Okay, very good, Jason. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve, please? All right, Mary's got it. Can I have a second, please? Jamie, you got that one? Okay, second. All right, any discussion on this resolution? Okay, Blaine?
Mr. Chair, just as the
Blaine?
duly elected representative in this area, I just have to speak in favor that this is a site that we've been trying to get development on for a long time. I actually have a meeting this afternoon at approximately 2 o'clock to talk about this very specific site. So this is good news, and I want to just tell everyone on behalf of our community that we really appreciate this.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay. Then the resolution passes. Thank you. Moving on down, under the Planning and Programming Committee. Next, we're going to consider resolution number 2024-055, second quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning reviews. And Sarah, you're going to walk us through this one.
Yes, good morning. As the chair noted, this is resolution 2024-055 for our second quarter PPRs. Action requested is that the Board of Directors adopt the following resolution, acknowledging that the projects we'll be looking at have successfully gone through the project planning review. Transportation Subcommittee and the Planning and Programming Committee have recommended this action. This graphic on the screen illustrates the process of taking proposed projects through to implementation. So the projects we'll be introducing in this presentation are now in the PPR phase, so the teal area. The projects on this slide include bicycle and pedestrian facilities, as well as roadway and stormwater improvements. The first project is the Veterans Memorial Bridge Connector, and it will explore alternatives to opening that unused lower part of the bridge, and that would be open to pedestrians and cyclists. The total cost of the project is $7 million, and it is funded by the USDOT's Neighborhood Access and Equity Program Fund. The second study is intended to look at East 36th Street in the city of Lorraine. So this study would take a look at redesigning over 3 miles of new and improved roadway. And the project plan would also incorporate multi-use paths, green infrastructure, and there's some needed stormwater improvements in this area due to some flooding. This project is funded through $1.5 million in USDOT RAISE funds. And then the following 4 projects are all transit, sponsored by the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. The first 3 projects will be funded through Section 5307, and they include replacing the Central Bus Facility's automated storage and retrieval system. And it will, Section 5307 will also be used to replace vehicle lifts that have exceeded their useful life. And this next project will be to replace rail platforms at West Park, Cedar University, and Superior Red Line Station. So this replacement of the platforms will ensure that they are all ADA compliant. And then the final project on this slide is a transit-oriented development study. So this is funded by Section 5305 funds. So the intended study would take a look at potential improvements to spur development along Lorraine Road. And the areas would be between Country Club Road and West 25th Street. Cities included in this study are Cleveland, Fairview Park, and North Olmsted. Estimated cost for all 4 transit projects is around $10.7 million. Pending board approval, the project sponsor will be notified that their projects have successfully gone through the PPR process, and we will work with them to ensure that any comments or planning issues are identified and addressed. So the request is approval of resolution 2024-055, acknowledging the projects proposed for the second quarter of state fiscal year 2025 have successfully completed PPR.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to approve, please? Mike, okay, you got that. Second, please, Kirsten. Any discussion on this one? Do we have discussion here? Yes.
So, Cuyahoga County was a direct recipient of federal funds, so it will not receive a ODOT bid for the Veterans Memorial Project. Just a note.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, resolution passes. Thank you. Moving on to resolution number 2024-056, second quarter state fiscal year 2025 plan and tip amendments. Sarah, you're going to take this one for us as well.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So as noted, we're asking the Board of Directors to adopt the following resolution, amending the Long Range Plan and Transportation Improvement Plan Program, or TIP. Previous action, the Transportation Subcommittee and Planning and Programming Committee have recommended this action. So we are revisiting the illustration showing the project review, and now we are into updating the long-range plan in the TIP before implementation. So the first projects for TIP amendment, we actually discussed in the previous presentation, and we're moving them through PPR and plan and TIP amendment process simultaneously. However, the amendment to the plan and TIP will be contingent upon completion and approval of that PPR, and then that they meet any conditions. All of these projects, the four that we have, or six that we've already reviewed, do not include NOACA funds. And on this slide, the previous slide, we had the Memorial Bridge project and the Lorraine East 36th Street project, and then the four Greater Cleveland RTA transit projects. Okay, the following projects are ones that have actually already been programmed, but we're requesting a modification for various reasons. Here we have some additional RTA transit projects. And the four projects on this slide are requesting amendment to add additional funding to the project. And they include rehabilitation of an overhead catenary system, replacements to some light rail cars, and paratransit and substation improvements. No NOACA administered funds are included in these projects. This slide includes four additional GCRTA projects, and they are requesting updates to amend the original funding amount or to add additional funding. As the previous projects, no NOACA administered funds are included. So the projects on this slide include acquisitions for replacement buses, the Brook Park Maintenance Facility relocation, and rail stop mezzanine expansion, and then also a change in the original funding amount for the unserved area of the NOACA region. And lastly, we have three more GCRTA projects. The first project is a rail car replacement for light rail cars, and they are requesting an amendment to the original funding amount and also the project scope. Next is preventative rail maintenance, and this is requesting to amend the original funding amount. And then lastly, the Blue Line Station ADA rehab project, which is requesting to add funding to the project. And as the previous projects, no NOACA administered funds are included. So taking a look at the full financial impact of these new plans and modified plans in the TIP, the total cost proposed to be amended is 19.2, and then the total cost of all the program projects being amended is 41.3 million. Funding for the projects is being amended to the TIP is committed or planned from a variety of different sources, including federal, state, and local. And federal funding received is through the Federal Highway Administration or the Federal Transit Administration. Pending board approval, these amendments will be incorporated into the NOACA TIP and plan, and we'll also provide them to ODOT for inclusion in statewide TIP amendment in January of 2025. We are requesting approval of this resolution, 2024-056, amending the long-range plan and NOACA tip.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to approve? Mike? All right. Second, please. Pam? All right. Any discussion on this item? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay. Resolution passes. Moving on to resolution number 2024-057, state fiscal year 2026 through 2029 TIP projects recommended for NOACA funds. And Grace and Mr. Jim Thompson, you gonna take this one?
The TIP, of course, is the Transportation Improvement Program, and we update this every 2 years. It's a 4-year program, and this is the result of many, many months' worth of work, not only by NOACA staff, but many of you and your staff. So I'll have Jim take us through the detail of the new TIP that we are proposing to be adopted.
Thank you, Executive Director Galucci. So it is being requested that the Board of Directors adopt the following resolution. That's Resolution 2024-57, which would approve projects to be funded with NOACA Administered Surface Transportation Block Grant, STBG, Transportation Alternatives, TA, and Carbon Reduction Program, CRP, funds for the state fiscal year 26 through 29 Transportation Improvement Program, also known as the TIP. Previously, this action has been presented to the Planning and Programming Committee and the Transportation Subcommittee, both of which recommended it. Also, this was brought, or the Finance and Audit Committee recommended the TIP financial plan for NOACA administered funds. So a little bit of background about this process. NOACA, as Grace said, is currently developing its 2026 through 2029 TIP, which will be presented to the Board of Directors at your March 2025 meeting. And so this contains all of the roadway, public transit, and other transportation projects, which would be scheduled for implementation during that 4-year timeline. It also includes projects that are not, that include funding that are not controlled by NOACA, but have other US DOT sources, which are managed by ODOT, transit agencies, and so on. And so that being said, the statewide TIP and the TIP will take effect on July 1st, 2025, and that will go for 4 years through June 30th of 2029. So today we are only looking at the NOACA controlled funds for that 4-year window of time. For the NOACA controlled fund programs, which include STBG, which we have about $34 million per year, Transportation Alternatives, of which we have about $4 million per year, CRP, of which we have about $4.2 million per year. And then also it includes our CMAQ program. The budget does vary for that, and we do coordinate with the statewide CMAQ committee for that. And those projects have already been selected for the TIP years of 2026 through 2029. As Grace mentioned, we have gone through a process with a lot of stakeholders, including the county engineers, City of Cleveland, Office of Capital Projects, as well as NOACA's advisory councils, subcommittees, and so on, to present the universe of projects in the region, which is really the universe of needs that we have for that 4-year window. And that 4-year window is ideal because we really were looking at projects, potential projects, which would be roadway, bridge enhancements that could be implemented during that timeline. We did initially identify over $3 billion worth of needs during the TIP timeline. And that being said, for the roadway projects, we did use our transportation our TAM tool to kind of develop which roadway segments would be ideal for resurfacing during that time. And then also all projects were derived from our long-range plan. And through that process, the stakeholders and so on could provide recommendations to the projects, whether it's updating the estimated cost, updating the year of implementation, adding projects, and so on. So this was a full process throughout a full year. And then NOACA staff went through our process to evaluate all those needs. And we came to the Planning and Programming Committee in October with our list of recommendations. So with those recommendations, we did use our approved methodology to filter and prioritize them. There are 31 projects overall, and this is in your packet. I believe the full list is on page 104, but I'm going to show those in a moment. And so there's 31 projects recommended. $84 million total in NOACA STBG, TA, and CRP funding. And this would be implemented with direct impacts to 27 different communities. But I should note there are transit projects and other projects that go well beyond just the 27 where the specific infrastructure will be. We did make some assumptions during this process, which are standard. And so one of which is that in alignment with the BIL, we figured there'd be about a 2% estimated annual growth rate, which would look at inflation through the process. And then also we did include about 10% over programming for each year for the program. And that's because historically we've had projects that have been delayed or canceled. And so when that happens, that's a missed opportunity to actually implement projects in the right time. So we do try to have more projects recommended or more funding recommended during our TIP period. So this table demonstrates the overall budget for this time period for each of those three programs that I mentioned, STBG, TA, and CRP. I will note that those total budgets for that period of time are at the top. And then we go ahead and we reflected the projects that are already programmed in our current TIP, because as Grace mentioned, this is a 4-year program, but we update it once every 2 years. So we do have those last 2 years of the current TIP and then the next 2 new years of the next TIP to make it 4 years. So I would like to note that you'll see that we have the numbers in red at the bottom. Those are based on the over programming to ensure that we do spend our funds in a timely manner. Okay, so this is the first of 2 slides demonstrating the recommended projects. And this is based on the funding program. So the top portion of this table indicates the transportation alternatives projects, which there are projects all around the region. Those are enhancements. We do have an intersection realignment as well as, for the most part, some active transportation projects recommended. And then at the bottom half of this table, you will see the STBG recommendations for Cuyahoga and Geauga counties. These are mostly our roadway resurfacing projects. And then we do, throughout that process, recommend that these projects do consider complete and green streets elements, that provide some support and enhancements and safety features for pedestrians, transit users, and cyclists. And then this is the second half of the list, which is in the packet. The top half indicates then the STBG recommendations for projects in Lake, Lorain, and Medina counties. There, once again, mostly roadway resurfacing projects. And then the last 6 lines are the carbon reduction program recommendations. For those who don't know this, the carbon reduction program is relatively new. The federal government created it back in 2021 to be implemented in 2022. So this is new, and we are trying to make sure that we align projects that hopefully can be implemented within that 4-year window. And so that being, I should note the total there is at $84 million in new projects or new funding to projects. So this is the regional impact at a very high level. We have 23 miles of roadway improvements and enhancements, 3 intersection improvements, about 3,700 square feet in deck area improved for 2 bridges, 4 miles of streetscape and bicycle and pedestrian improvements, 4 rail car replacements for GCRTA, and then lastly, the last amount of funding we expect to provide to the Irishtown Bend stabilization project. So then pending next steps, the project sponsors will be notified that their projects have been selected for NOACA funding. And then those projects will be reflected in the 2026 through 2029 TIP and STIP beginning in July of 2025. And per usual, NOACA staff will coordinate with ODOT and other partners to ensure that projects are implemented in a timely manner. Okay, so you're being requested to approve resolution 2024-57, which would approve projects to be funded with NOACA administered surface transportation block grant, transportation alternatives, and carbon reduction program funds for the 2026 through 2029 transportation improvement program.
Great. All right. Thank you, Jim. A lot of information there. Can I have a motion to approve, please? Shane? All right. Thank you. Second, Bonnie. All right. Any discussion on this one? Yes, Linda?
I just wanted to thank this board for recognizing the importance of shoring up Irishtown Bend to allow for commerce on the Cuyahoga River to continue. We have new economic impact numbers that was done by a study that ODOT paid for, and our economic impact for maritime in the Cleveland Harbor is $7 billion a year for the region, and over 23,000 jobs. So just want to share those new numbers that came out yesterday.
Yes, very important project. All right. Any other comments? Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay. Motion passes, or resolution passes. Thank you. Moving on to resolution number 2024-058, CY 2025, safety performance measure targets. Grace Galucci and Dr. Makarachi.
Dr. Makarachi will go into the detail of the safety performance measures, but I wanted to point out that this item went through multiple councils and committees and came out differently. And so I wanted to point out that the process works, that when we have some input by councils, and if it is not taken at the next meeting, it can always be elevated to the board level standing committees. And ultimately, we've ended up with a better product. So, Ali?
Good afternoon. Request that the Board of Directors adopt the following resolution. Resolution 2024-058, which adopts a 3.8% annual reduction for the calendar year 2025 safety performance measure targets. Recommended this by the Planning and Programming Committee with, as Grace mentioned, some changes, and also Executive Director, which we staff changed this. I go through this first of all as reminder of we have got 5 safety performance measures: number of fatalities, number of serious injuries, then number of the non-motorized fatality and serious injuries, fatalities per 100 million VMT, vehicle mile traveled, and serious injuries per 100 million VMT. As Grace mentioned, last few years, the ODOT had always suggested annually 2%, but based on my experience, always they had the members of different committee, NUACA board or different committee had some concern about the 2%. So we had, based on what you see in terms of this slide, we can agree with what the state DOT targets, or we can come up with another quantified targets. So this year, based on the stronger feedback and some of the councils and committees, we went back and looked at what we could do in terms of one of the Mayor, last time when we had a board meeting here, Mayor asked us how we're going to get to Vision Zero in terms of in the 2050. So that was I had done before in the 2021 update long range to calculate, basically see whether we get there or not. So based on that study, we come up with this. It's called equal annual reduction, and that's a year. Though indicates that we listen what you say, and that's why it's called year. So assumption is vision year is 2050 when we want to get zero, and the calculation period is a recent 5 years of the available data. Again, I had since a few weeks ago, I had several emails exchanged between us and the ODOT staff to look into this, and they were checking what we are suggesting, and I'm hoping that they're going to adopt the same 3.8%. So how do we calculate that? Look at the 2050 and look at the last available data, the last year, which is a 2023, 2024 is not finished yet, so we don't have the data. So based on that, as an example, this year, I will explain how we get this 162 divided by the number of years. So we have to reduce 6 fatalities this year. So if you look at this graph, is basically the green line, curve line is a percentage of reduction. And as we goes and we try to red line to come to zero. So that's basically what we are going to do to basically come up. In the beginning right now is going to be a percentage, but as we hopefully reduce the fatalities, then it's going to be, for example, if you look at 2049, it's going to be 11 left, so it's a 50%. So that's what curve goes up. So how do we calculate this based on the last 5 years? Again, this was it's exchange emails and discussion with ODOT staff. So we look at the moving average, statistically looking at the moving in the last 5 years, from 2019 to 2023. We look at you can see the yellow highlighted there is a data input. The rest are what we calculate based on VMT. And I made this table, to show all the calculation we did to come up with the numbers in the end for the target year for the 5 different performance measures. So based on that, the fatality should be 6 reduction, then 0.046 and so on for the 2025. So then my question is going to be how we're going to get there. Apart from what we are doing in terms of looking at each community, and we produce safety reports for each community, looking at what FHWA provides the countermeasures for the reducing the fatalities and crashes. The safety is the technology is going to help us in the future. As you have seen, one example, a good example is a seat belt. Seat belt has reduced lots of fatalities. And then same thing, if now you have got a car, you have to consider all this, 95% of the crashes and fatalities are human errors, but we can do our shares in terms of providing the proper safe infrastructure for the all non-motorized and motorized users of the road system. So nowadays, most cars have got, when you reverse, has got the camera on the back, so you don't reverse to anybody. Or when you change the lane, there's a light comes up in your mirror. You can see there's a car in your lane when you are changing. Or if you are dozing off, the cars wake you up. Or if you have got some cars now is getting equipped to even the police is doing that. When is it drinking, if it smells detector, it smells the alcohol, the car doesn't start. So these are going to help us to get the 0. Apart from that, what we are doing, we are looking, as I mentioned in the community reports, you will see every other year, we are looking at the road type, major roads, arterials, collectors, and see why these numbers are changing, and providing this information to communities in terms of what they can do. And for each, crashes, everything, we have got the countermeasures, and we provide the community to give them the benefit and the cost analysis on this in the community reports, safety community reports. So for example, here you see is a 5.81 for local roads. We are looking into this kind of things to help the community to reduce the number of fatalities. So pending the board approval, the long-range plan and tip safety-related targets will be adopted based on the 3.8% of the reduction for 2025.
All right, very good.
Action
Yes.
requested is to approval of the resolution 2024-058, which adopts a 3.8% annual reduction for calendar year 2025 for the safety performance measure targets.
Okay, great. Great job. Thank you, Doctor. All right. Can I have a motion to approve, please? Sam? Sam makes a motion. Mary, did you want to second that? Okay. Any discussion on the resolution? Yeah, Mary?
I just want to say thank you, and Grace, to your point that this, the process does work. And just knowing that we want to get to 0, the conversations around 2% not being enough. Thank you for going back and looking at that. I know we're all working in our communities to improve safety. And so I think when we push ourselves to hit a higher goal, we're going to get to a better space. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Any other comments, please? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Nope. All right. Then the resolution passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we will consider resolution number 2024-059, Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan Update. Grace Galucci and Sarah White.
You got it, Grace.
Oh, along with RLS, company RLS.
So in the In lieu of time, I'm going to forego an introduction and just turn it right over to Sarah and RLS to go into the work that we have done. Just that this is a very critical plan because it is the foundation for our Section 5310 funding program.
Thank you, everyone. Just to introduce, we're requesting that the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 2024-59, which would adopt our coordinated plan update. The Planning and Programming Committee recommends this action, and I would like to turn it over to our consultant from RLS and Associates, Laura Brown. And RLS has been a great partner in this, this update, and so I'm excited for her to show you what we've found and recommended.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the introduction. And on the note of partnership and being a great partner, this plan had a lot of partnership and a lot of input from local stakeholders. So thank you to everybody who participated in it. I'll just give you a few highlights. I know lunch is coming, so a few highlights. One of the important things, or the most important thing maybe for this plan, is to focus on transportation needs and gaps in access to community resources if you're a senior citizen, if you are an individual with disabilities, or if you have low income. So in order to do that, there are a few requirements that are included in the plan, and then even some additional information. One thing is to understand the community. So the plan includes demographic factors. I have a table up here that just provides a snapshot of the population, projected population change for by age group, and particularly we want to look at that age 65 and older population for your region is projected to increase. And what that does is put more demand on your resources for transportation. So this is a good preparation for that. You have a lot of resources for transportation, as you know, for these target audiences, and the plan includes a detailed inventory of transportation providers. And here on the slide is just a quick snapshot of the number of almost, I think it adds up to 100 or pretty close transportation providers. The plan will also look into the resources that are available in each county and the gaps that are still exist, even though there's resources provided by human service agencies, public transit, private transit, and a variety of other users. So we look at it at a county by county level as well as the region. And I have a few slides with the maps here that are probably kind of small to see right now, but they'll be in the appendix of your plan. And what you see is the difference in available resources during weekday hours versus evening hours versus weekends. And if you're relying on these resources as those limitations apply, they impact your ability to get to work, medical appointments, socialization, all those things. So those will be available for you in your plan or any questions you have. There is not a map for Cuyahoga County because there are so many providers. So, but there are prominent providers and detailed information about each of those. Public engagement was a big part of this. It was the needs assessment that was conducted. And this slide lists some of the activities that we did. We had 6 in-person public meetings, altogether about 43 participants, but we went to each county and tried to get as many people as we could. We also had one virtual meeting that had the most participation. We had about 50 people at that, which was wonderful, really good impact. For that one, we had 3 focus groups. Geauga County, Medina County, we talked about the rural transportation challenges and how they're different from what we see here in Cleveland, and the different nuances that they have to deal with and some of the things we could do. We also talked about access to medical appointments with a group from a variety of organizations, hospitals, because that rose to the top as being a challenge and a need that needs to be addressed. We participated in the Aging and Disability Summit, which is a wonderful summit that is hosted here, and we had a public survey with about 85 participants. Over a third of those participants were age 65 and older, and also about a third, I think, had a disability, mobility limitation. Some of the changes that they said that would need to occur with transportation that would most improve their ability to get where they need to go. So things that we do if we have a car. 33% said that they need transportation that goes across county lines. A lot of these transportation providers are limited in their service area by their funding sources or by other policies. And so that creates a gap for folks. A lot of folks have a car too, and they just need cheaper gas. So you can kind of read through this. Longer hours of transportation service in some areas on weekends and weekdays, where in a lot of communities it might end at 4 or 5 or 6 in the evening, and then nothing else is available except private services, which are wonderful, but sometimes not affordable. Also, be able to make trips on short notice was a big issue. There are many obstacles to transportation that were listed. These are the ones that rose to the top. These are things that help, transportation can be a barrier to the ability to access food, to go to the bank, to run errands, to go to religious services, to go shopping. And then the biggest one there is probably at the bottom, and just that 16% of folks said that they felt isolated, trapped, alone, and sad because they didn't have transportation to go to the places they needed to go. And we know that's a health concern. Summary of identified needs. So here it's the identified needs were to design resources that make information more available and easily obtainable, to identify additional funding sources, and then to expand hours of transportation and service areas, in brief, without reading them all. Better condition of walking paths, being able to access those bus stops that are there, making sure that we identify where there are problems and there are breaks in the sidewalk or no sidewalk. Same day rides being available, access to appointments for shopping, affordable option, and just overcoming cultural barriers that might be keeping people from using the great services that you have just because they don't see it as being theirs, something that they are supposed to be using. Those are all big challenges and big needs. So based on the existing services and the needs that were identified, we, with a a project advisory committee, we developed a series of 5 goals to be addressed, and the plan includes these goals: sustainable, the goal of having a sustainable transportation network and keeping it, expanding provider capacity, partnerships that eliminate barriers, eliminate price as a barrier, and enhanced information and outreach. Each goal in the plan has a description. It has who the parties what parties should be participating, estimated cost range, potential funding sources, performance measures to keep an eye on, and priority level. Priority level was gathered with input from the public and from the stakeholders. Each strategy was rated on a scale of 1 to 4. And I have just a brief overview of those strategies, and I mixed them up in order of highest priority in those rankings. So goal number 5 was to enhance information and outreach, and the participants put having transportation ambassadors at local senior centers, hospitals, nursing homes, and agencies as a thing that they could see being a top priority that would make the biggest impact. They also wanted to continue to update and market transportation service information through your GoHio Mobility Program and Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging Resource Center, as well as other agencies and organizations. Also, communicate and share information through culturally relevant channels, and create and distribute a training video about transportation services that are available and share that video broadly. So really, information and outreach was the #1 priority to make change happen, it's a big one. Hard thing to do. Number 4, eliminate price as a barrier, rose to the top as well. So securing additional local funding for health and wellness related trips is included as a strategy, and there's some information suggestions in the plan. Creating local funding resources to provide subsidized fare cards for eligible individuals. So even though there are discounted fares available now, sometimes those discounted fares, either you're not eligible for it, maybe there's cracks in that, or it's still not enough, and it is a barrier. So there are communities out there, and we have a really good peer example report included in the document as well, that talk about funding and funds and programs that can be created to address that gap. Goal number 3 was about creating partnerships. So creating Cuyahoga County's central call center for scheduling trips with partnering providers. That's a big one, but it's something that the stakeholders felt could be a big priority and could make a difference with information sharing and just access to resources. So something they intend to work on, I believe. Create and distribute an inventory of affordable and senior housing locations that are accessible to transit. Establishing a demand response service for first and last mile trips. So just getting people across those jurisdictional boundaries. Some agencies just can't make those vehicles go across those boundaries, but could we get somebody to fill the gap? And maybe it's a private or a nonprofit agency, maybe it's a volunteer program. There's some suggestions in there. Also, Lake Tran has a model for providing medical related transportation anywhere in the region, and they do it on different days. And we would suggest looking at replicating that model in other counties. Fine, I'm getting closer to the end there. Expanding transportation provider capacity to meet identified needs. Private and public transportation partnerships to have those short notice trips and to expand hours of operation could be an affordable option for the providers. And then also providing transit ambassadors to ride with folks. We had a lot of senior center participants who said they just need a little help sometimes. So perhaps that could be a volunteer program or otherwise. Expanding transportation provider capacity, explore workforce transportation options like the Wheels to Work program. There's similar programs like that in Geauga County, and it could be replicated elsewhere. Continue to establish neighborhood partnerships and to maintain bus shelters and benches. So especially in equity zones to make sure that folks have a safe, warm, comfortable place to wait for the bus. Improve the sustainability of transportation network is the final goal that we'll talk about, and that is included volunteer driver programs, new and replacement vehicles, accessible vehicles, a shared ride van pool program that's designed for seniors and people with disabilities. So that's a little different than your van pool that you have now. And then finally, kind of the foundation for making all this happen is mobility management. So the number one thing to happen is to restart the Neo Mobility Coalition that you had a few years ago. That group will help facilitate the implementation of these goals and to revisit your mobility management structure and really find a champion, continue to find a champion to lead the effort to accomplish these goals. And you have a wonderful group of stakeholders who are ready and willing to do that, I believe. And that's all.
Thank you. Chris, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to compliment, I think it's an extraordinary report. Thank you for it. And to Grace and the senior leadership team, just that idea of the coalition reforming, maybe looking at some of the agency partners that are in the space. I think of Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging and Senior Transportation Connections. And it's just a great report. I mean, for our seniors, I'm sure sister counties have the same. I mean, transportation's an issue. Medical transportation is huge, and great report.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Thank you.
So our request would be approval of resolution 2024-059, adopting the Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Transportation Plan for Northeast Ohio.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. All right, can I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
All right, thank you. Chris, can I have a second, please? Mike's got the second here. Any further discussion on this one? All right, if not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, resolution passes. Thank you. All right, well, we're moving on down here. Next, we're going to consider resolution number 2024-060, the Cuyahoga County 5-year facility planning area boundary and prescription update. And Sarah Stanzi, you're going to have this one for us? All right. Please get lunch, folks, if you haven't done so already. Lunch is available.
Thanks, President Brandon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Stanzi. I'm a Water Quality Planner 1 here at NOACA. And today we are requesting that the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 2024-060, which approves the Cuyahoga County 5-year facility planning area, or FPA boundary, and prescription update, and amends Clean Water 2020 and NOACA's 208 plan. This item was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee in September and by the Planning and Programming Committee in October. So just to give some background, as an area-wide water quality management agency, NOACA is contracted by the Ohio EPA to maintain current and accurate wastewater FPA maps for its 5-county region. NOACA staff engages the designated management agencies, or DMAs, of each county in the NOACA region once every 5 years on a rotating schedule as an opportunity to review FPA maps for any needed updates, which keeps our FPA information current. This process also requires primary DMAs to formally review, approve, and sign off on any FPA boundary and prescription updates. And NOACA also notifies secondary DMAs and affected jurisdictions of any proposed modifications to ensure transparency. So there are 12 FPAs, 12 primary DMAs in Cuyahoga County that span 59 jurisdictions. In early 2024, NOACA staff started reaching out to DMAs, initiating the 5-year update. We developed the proposed boundaries and prescriptions for each FPA using GIS, and we did this in consultation with the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District and other primary DMAs. We brought everything together, created the proposed maps, and sent them to primary and secondary DMAs and affected jurisdictions for review in August 2024. The DMAs were asked to confirm or identify updates to the proposed FPA boundaries and prescriptions when we sent out the maps and forms. We had 3 primary DMAs that submitted feedback, including Lakewood, North Royalton, and Solon, and then 4 secondary DMAs or affected jurisdictions that submitted feedback, which included Brook Park, Brecksville, Geauga County, and Orange. After we reviewed all the feedback, facilitated any necessary discussions, and reached agreement, all primary DMAs signed and submitted acknowledgement of map accuracy forms to NOACA to verify the proposed changes. NOACA's countywide FPA update process consolidates all submitted FPA updates from the various DMAs into a single FPA map modification for the entire county. So that's shown here. Attachment 1 on the left-hand side of the screen shows the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions in Cuyahoga County. And attachment 2 on the right-hand side of the screen shows our proposed boundaries and prescriptions. We also included tables detailing each change we made at the parcel level in the packet for today's meeting, starting on page 119. There are many important reasons why we do this 5-year update. We just wanted to mention a few here. This process ensures that current sewer service and availability are accurately reflected by our FPA boundaries and prescriptions for wastewater treatment. This process also helps streamline the need for individual FPA modification requests. It allows primary and secondary DMAs to provide direction and feedback in the development of these boundaries and prescriptions. And this year, we really enhanced and broadened the application of GIS in the 5-year update process, resulting in more accurate boundaries and prescriptions, which can help prevent confusion or disputes in the future. So here are our next steps. Following board approval, water quality staff will modify our internal GIS maps, the NOACA GIS portal, and the Ohio EPA online portal. Copies of the resolution and updated FPA maps will be sent to the appropriate agencies, and the signed resolution will be sent to Ohio EPA for certification by the governor and then on to US EPA for approval. So again, we are requesting that the Board of Directors approve Resolution 2024-060, which approves the Cuyahoga County 5-year facility planning area or FPA boundary and prescription update and amends Clean Water 2020 NOACA's 208 plan.
All right, very good. Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to approve? Mike, okay. Mike, can I have a second, please? Second. Bonnie, okay. Any discussion on this resolution? No? All right, then. All those in favor, please say. Oh, we do have discussion.
President, I just want to acknowledge the work of staff. I mean, this is parcel level work, and it's very, very important, and it's very detailed. And the folks that did all this work across all these DMAs put in a ton of dedicated time. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Great, thanks, Kyle. All right, very, very good. I agree. Any other comments here? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay. Resolution passes. All right. Last but not least, resolution wise from the Policy Committee, we're going to consider resolution number 2024-061, regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. And we've got Grace Glucci on this one, Sarah O'Keefe, and Sarah from the city of Cleveland. Yes.
Actually, in interest of time, I'm deferring to Joe McDonald.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. This is our regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. This is a required element of our comprehensive climate action plan. This is the second of the three major deliverables for which we are responsible per our agreement with the United States Environmental Protection Agency under the Joint Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program that NOACA has with the City of Cleveland. The action before you is to adopt the regional greenhouse gas or GHG emissions reduction targets. And I'm going to turn the technical presentation over to Sarah O'Keefe with the City of Cleveland. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So the slide before you shows the background and the timeline of the different steps that we needed to take in order to recommend reduction targets. Very briefly, the first step is to have the most current emissions updated available with the most current updated available data. And then 2 and 3 existing targets for reduction. We're going to talk about those a little bit. I'll be talking about baseline year based on EPA guidance requirements, and then trends in reduction in the area to explore various options for recommendation. Step 4 is assessing the costs and benefits. And then steps 5, 6, and 7 are a discussion of the targets themselves and the final recommendation. And we're going to start with the 2022 baseline greenhouse gas emissions inventory update. As an overview and reminder, the greenhouse gas inventory is a quantification of the current most available, based on most available data, most current available data, of our greenhouse gas emissions levels. So greenhouse gas inventories estimate those emissions and removals within a community for a given year. Net emissions is something that I will be referencing throughout the presentation, and those are inclusive of both emissions and removals. Why inventories are important before we can recommend targets, we need to do the inventories. This allows us to develop a baseline emissions snapshot, create emissions reduction targets, monitor emissions reduction progress, and make informed decisions on mitigation, and to be prepared to deal with federal or state environmental rules. And then we can position ourselves to attract federal funding investments. Just a note on the inventory development. EPA provided a key point here on this slide, I know it's a lot of words, is that we are following the EPA guidance. It is required that we must include all greenhouse gas emissions and sinks or removals by source. The sources are listed below by various sectors. I'm just going to give you a moment to read that, including transportation, energy sources, residential, commercial, and industrial, solid waste, water, wastewater, process and fugitive emissions, refrigerants, as well as agriculture. Forests and trees are emissions sinks. That means they absorb carbon emissions. And we'll go into more detail about this as we move along. Here we have a robust a table that's showing you the data that were collected by each one of those sectors and sources. The key point here is that it was a robust data collection for each sector. You'll see in the column that says data received, that is actual direct data from providers, data extrapolated. When data from providers was not 100% available, we extrapolated, meaning we had aggregated data and extrapolated the share of the data that occurred within our region. For example, a share of electricity usage from utility within NOACA counties. Estimated data means they were estimated based on usage from other providers. So for example, agriculture and refrigerants were estimated. On this slide, we're showing the overall 2022 greenhouse gas emissions inventory results using the most recent data available and data sets. The entire NOACA 5-county region, or the Cleveland-Elyria Metropolitan Statistical Area, shows that in 2022, transportation was the largest percentage of all emissions in the 5-county area, followed by residential energy, commercial energy, and industrial energy. It's worth noting here that transportation increased in its share of total greenhouse gas emissions for the entire region. Next, we're going to show by county, how that breaks out. In Cuyahoga County, the total emissions were 64%, so nearly 2/3 of the entire region. It goes along with the share of regional population. This is slightly over Cuyahoga County's regional population. The other 4 counties, Geauga, Lake, Lorain, and Medina County, have emissions largely in line with their shares of population. The major takeaway here is that most major regional emissions are in Cuyahoga County. Not surprisingly, it is the location for industry and a lot of air travel. If we go to the next slide, we can see a breakout specifically county by county. These are county level emissions broken down by each of those sectors. The key point here is that transportation and residential energy are the largest percentage for all 5 counties. For Cuyahoga County, the 3rd largest sector is industry. And for Geauga, Lake, Lorain, and Medina counties, commercial energy is the 3rd largest. So you're seeing a trend that transportation and energy are the largest emissions. Another view here we have is the difference between 2018 and 2022 emissions by county. One of the very first slides I showed you on greenhouse gas inventory had 2018 emissions, and then I showed you 2022 emissions by county. This is specifically by county between 2018 and 2022. The key point here is that by comparing the emissions trend, we see that 14.2% overall reduction in net emissions region-wide, with a range from 9.9% reduction to 15.5% in Cuyahoga County. This includes both reductions and carbon sinks. Another key point is, as we see a 14.2% overall net emissions falling by 14.2% region-wide across the NOACA region, that is at the same time that the NOACA region has seen a GDP growth of 6%. So as the economy is growing, we are also able to decrease our greenhouse gas emissions. The sources of emissions reductions, so this is going to talk about how those reductions came into being, and then next I will talk about removals of emissions or sinks, largely related to natural systems. Key points on this slide, you'll see that the carbon intensity of electricity, or 2/3 of the total reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, come from improvements of the electricity grid. The next largest reduction comes from fuel efficiency improvements in vehicles. Next, we have residential natural gas consumption, industrial processes, and natural gas leakages, and then other sources. Again, the key point coming here is that the reduction is coming from grid improvements and vehicle fuel efficiency improvements. The greenhouse gas removals or sinks by forests and trees. Sinks, again, are things that absorb carbon emissions. These are included in compliance or as per the EPA guidelines for calculating our greenhouse gas inventory. The key point here is that the net removal of carbon emissions by forests and trees occurs throughout the region, but it's fairly small compared to emissions produced by vehicles, buildings, and industry. Forests and trees do remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere as they grow. Forest and tree clearance for buildings, roads, and agriculture both produces emissions and reduces and decreases the carbon sink or emissions removal. And then reforestation of formerly settled agricultural areas also removes CO2 from the atmosphere. This chart shows what the impact is of those removals on emissions. So you'll see each county, there's the blue bar to the left that shows the total emissions. Under the baseline orange bar shows you the sinks, the impact of having a carbon sink or removal of emissions. And then the gray shows you the impact on the total emissions. The impacts range from 1.2% in Cuyahoga County to 27% in Geauga County. Again, overall for the region, 3.9% impact through trees and forests. I'm going to talk about the regional emissions reduction targets next. So what I showed you were the greenhouse gas inventory, so our current emissions and removals by the region. And then what we needed to do with them is to look at establishing options for reduction targets for the region. We had to start with the guidance from the EPA. As Joe mentioned, this is part of the requirements for the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan and one of the deliverables. We must include economy-wide near-term and long-term targets. Targets should not be inconsistent with national targets. And the Cleveland-Elyria MSA, that is the NOACA region, 5-county region, should set targets at least as ambitious as these national commitments. So going into the development of targets for decreasing greenhouse gas emissions to really benefit the region, we started with this guidance, but there was an issue. We do not have 2005 data at the regional level for the greenhouse gas emissions. So what we did is we used a very data-centric approach. We did backcasting. This is where you use available data to extrapolate data backwards in time. So for example, from 2018 and 2022, Cleveland-Elyria MSA greenhouse gas inventories, this is what we just reviewed. We have that data. We do have data going back to 2005 at the state level and at the national level. We use different backcasting approaches to create a likely range of emissions for 2005. So basically we were trying to get to a 2005 baseline for this region. We're presenting a range because of the extrapolation of data. So greenhouse gas emissions, the analysis resulted in the greenhouse gas emissions reductions from 2005 to 2022. US greenhouse gas emissions decreased by 15.4% in this time period, or at 0.9% per year. At the state level, 25.6 or 1.5% per year. And then as discussed through backcasting, we estimated that the Cleveland-Elyria or NOACA region greenhouse gas emissions from 2005 to 2022 decreased by 25.6 to 35.6%. Again, we have a range there because we're extrapolating data. So this is at 1.5 to 2.1% per year. However, looking at more recent trends, so from 2018 to 2022, we see that national greenhouse gas emissions decreased at 1.5% per year. At the state level, they decreased at 1.2% per year. And at our regional level here, for which we have all of the data, we see that they decreased 3.4% per year. This becomes important as we looked at different options. We're looking at trends in reductions. So thinking about those trends, the City of Cleveland examined 5 different options for regional emissions reduction targets, which are outlined in the memo that accompanied your board packet. Briefly, these options included looking at the trend I just talked about, 2018 to 2022. If that trend continued through 2030, option 1, we would be able to decrease our emissions by 34.8%. Option 2, we looked at twice that kind of trend. So by 2030, we'd be able to reduce 51.3% if that trend were twice. Looking at the Priority Climate Action Plan projections, that would be at 49%. There's a target of 49%. The national target trend, thinking about that national trend and following that as option 4 as a potential target, that would be 43.3 to roughly 44.7%. And then finally, the option 5, City of Cleveland has science-based targets to reduce 63.3% by 2050. I apologize, I might have said by 2030. These are all by 2050. Consider emissions. I'm sorry, I correct myself. 2030 is the correct year. Sorry about that. Considered emissions trends, feasibility, and alignment with other targets and air quality benefits of each of these options. We came up with these options based on data, and then we examined them thinking about these, again, feasibility, alignment with other targets, and air quality co-benefits. These same options are outlined here in a table form, and we can go back to this. But you can see percent reduction from 2018 emissions on the far right, percent reduction from 2005 emissions on the next to the far right column. Our recommendation, the City of Cleveland recommended to the policy committee where these were discussed at a very detailed level, that we go with option 3, which represents a 49% reduction from 2018 levels. This recommendation came about for several reasons, came directly from the Priority Climate Action Plan for NOACA. And while it is more ambitious than the national target, that is based on the fact that the region has been able to cut emissions here 2.3 times more quickly than at the national level. It also shows the best ratio between the rate of reduction and air quality co-benefits. And this directly ties to NOACA's mission to improve quality of life and does more to reach air quality standards that the region does not currently meet than a lot of the other options. It also finally reflects influx of federal and state funding for climate action, and that's about feasibility due to the passage and of the IRA and IIJA and some of the awards that have already been discussed here today. The financial impact of this action, there is no financial impact. Next steps, pending board approval, we incorporate these targets into the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, identify actions to help the region meet those targets by 2030 and 2050. The 2050 goal is net zero emissions. We will complete the draft of the CCAP by December 2025 and submit it to the board for approval in September of 2025. The final Comprehensive Climate Action Plan is due to the US EPA by December 5th in 2025. The action before the board is the approval of the Resolution 2024-061, which adopts regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets recommended by the policy committee.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Sarah. Joe, did you have anything else for us then on that one? Okay. All right, well, thank you very much for the presentation. All right, so can I have a motion to approve? All right, Stephanie, motion. Michael, we've got a second. Any further discussion on this item? Yes, we do. Aaron?
I just had a couple of questions on the presentation. First, there was one of the very early slides, you don't need to go back to it, but it mentioned the agriculture numbers were all estimated. What was the source data used for those estimates?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes, please.
Commissioner Harrison, were you referring to a specific slide?
It might have been the second or third one, so you don't need to go all the way back, but it showed that there were ones that were based on, the collected data and estimated data way back before that. And the one for agriculture, yep, that's the one. So if all the data was estimated, I was just curious what the source of the source data was used for those estimates.
Yes. Mr. Chair?
Oh, please.
Yeah. So Commissioner Harrison, the methodology for the agricultural data is the same methodology we used for the Priority Climate Action Plan, which we also outlined in the response to your memo that you submitted to Executive Director Galucci. So we did not change that methodology. It is consistent with what we used for the PCAP.
But was there a specific source of that data, or is it extrapolated from other
Yeah.
industries in the region?
So the source for the data is the United States Department of Agriculture Agricultural Census, which has data not only at the county level, but also the state and federal level. So we used a ratio for extrapolation to determine that information for emissions reduction and addition through agriculture.
And then I just have a couple more questions, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
The net emissions numbers that were referenced in there, the carbon sinks, I believe, were still tied to forest and trees between the 2018 and the 2022 data. So we're still only entertaining emissions that are removed by trees and forests. We're not considering growing crops or other green space in the rural areas?
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Commissioner, no, that's, we actually are considering all of the potential contributions and sinks by agricultural lands. So there are both sources and sinks, and again, the detailed methodology was outlined for the PCAP and also in response to the memorandum that you submitted to Director Galucci.
Great. And then I think I might have said two more now, I promise.
Okay.
There was the reduction, I think it's the one that had the percentage of reduction by county from 18 to 22. I think that's the one. I believe emissions in the 2018 greenhouse gas study did not include agriculture. So does that mean, are these numbers apples to apples? Are these just the industries that were included in that? Or are these all industries that were extrapolated for purposes of the PCAP?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Please, yes.
Yes, so Commissioner, we did go back, as was indicated in an earlier presentation to the board for the PCAP. We had corrected prior to submittal of the PCAP to US EPA, the inclusion of the agricultural data in the greenhouse gas emissions inventory. So that correction was made and a presentation on the methodology was made to this board.
Okay, great. And then the last question I have in consideration of the actual motion, that was all I had on the presentation, but the other discussion that we've had previously that I just want to confirm still applies. The action that NOACA is taking today is more in lines of unlocking the additional funding that's available to the city of Cleveland to pursue these reporting programs pursuant to the EPA requirements? Or is the vision that once we approve these reduction targets, that there's going to be some next phase enforcement mechanism that imposes these on the other communities?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes, please, Joe.
Yes. Commissioner Harrison and everyone at the board level, it's important to understand that this resolution approves an element that is required by US EPA as part of the second deliverable, the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. It does not unlock additional funding. That implementation grant funding has already been awarded to the city of Painesville, the city of Cleveland, and Cuyahoga County. But this is a required element under our contract with US EPA. We must include it in the CCAP, which we must deliver by December 5th, 2025.
Just a quick follow-up. But there's no enforcement for whatever the deliverable phase we're in. I misspoke, I guess, in thinking there was additional funding, but there's not an enforcement component to this in that NOACA, because this is going to be important for people in Medina County and probably other surrounding counties, that NOACA is now going to come and impose these results based on whatever we approve today.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, yes, Joe.
Grace, I'll address that specifically, but then you might want to talk more broadly about what NOACA's authority is and how it's limited. The purpose of the emissions reduction targets is to actually inform what priority actions we can put together with our consultants to establish pathways to reach these targets, which go into the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. So that's the immediate purpose of the targets. In terms of authority, our executive director can speak to this. We don't have that kind of authority, but Grace, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of authority.
That works for me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe.
Excellent. All right, any other comments? Yeah, Dale?
So I was disappointed that the staff did not recommend the science-based target. The science-based target is the international standard of what the reduction is that has to be achieved to keep us on track to solve the problem and get to net zero by 2050. And I can also, I participated in the number of the work groups that went into developing the plan, and I know that the work groups recommended the science-based target, and so just like we did for the fatality targets, we should not adopt a mild standard. We should challenge ourselves to do what's really necessary. So so I would move to amend the resolution and adopt option 5, the science-based target, as our reduction model. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dale. Grace, staff, you want to comment on that one? Oh, okay. Okay,
Mr.
second,
Chair.
please, yes, second. I guess it's a motion, so we need a second. Second, then we'll discuss it some more. Second, please. Anybody want to second that?
For purposes of getting the conversation, I'll second it.
Okay, Chris, thank you. All right, discussion. Let's talk about that.
So yeah, if I may just offer a response to the councilman. So these targets are significantly, while not science-based, they are significantly more ambitious than the national targets, which are the nationally determined contributions. It comes directly from the Cleveland-Elyria MSA PCAP, Priority Climate Action Plan. The emissions reductions we would achieve if we implemented the priority climate action plans. And 58 to 63.6% from 2005 is where we would be. Sorry, 56 to 62% from 2005 emissions would be the reduction. The 49% is from 2018. So in the final comprehensive climate action plan, these would be, this would require, or not require, this would have a target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the region by up to 62% based on 2005 emissions by 2030. This also had a better ratio for air quality benefits to costs than the science-based targets.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. What do you think? Any more comments, discussion on this? Well, we have two motion, well, a motion to amend and a second. All right. So do we want to amend? Right. That would be the first one we do. Do we want to amend the resolution?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
I just have to say, I'm probably the least deferential to the work that's been done by the staff on this, but I came here inclined to support, as long as I got the confirmation regarding enforcement, to support the resolution as it was put forth in the packet. I would not be supportive of the proposed amendment, although I'm respectful to the suggestion and the implication of kind of having a higher bar there. So my position would be to vote no on the amendment, and then just for that reason. I think the work that's gone into it and the studies around it, you know, this is an exercise, as we've seen through pretty much every step of this process, in incremental change and making targets that are higher than may be realistically achievable. I think has its own negative consequences that we probably aren't well positioned to fully flesh out today.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? All right. So let's take the amended. Yeah.
Just to be clear on the mechanics, what we'll do is there'll be a vote on whether or not to amend the resolution, and then there'll be a vote to approve or reject the resolution.
All right. Sounds good. So on the amended resolution, all those in favor, please say aye. All right, anyone opposed, same sign? Aye. Okay, I don't know. Maybe we ought to just do a roll on that, because it seemed kind of half and half to me.
Mr. Chair, could you just reread the amendment before we do the roll call?
The amendment was to go with option 5 instead of option 3, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Brenda's going to call the roll. Do we still have a quorum? We're not sure. Well, we're going to be close.
Okay, Mayor Alai,
No on the amendment.
so no vote, okay. Mayor Antoskivitz. Gone. I know Bonnie left. Jeff Engelbrecht,
Okay.
Mayor Bopes,
She left.
Tim Williams, Jeff Brandon,
No.
Mayor Brennan,
Yes, on the amendment.
Don Calvert, Andrea Aby,
No.
Bob Kleiber, Mayor Costelli. Can they speak into their mic, by the way? Mary Serby, Andy Conrad,
No.
Mayor Cochran, Mark Cunningham,
Oh.
Mayor DeGeeter,
Oh.
Jim DeRosa,
No.
Michael Dever,
Yes.
Kyle Dreyfus Wells,
I don't see her.
Mayor Holzheimer Gale, Mayor George.
No.
Blaine Griffin, did he leave?
I think you did.
Commissioner Hammercheck, Commissioner Harrison, Councilwoman House Jones,
No.
Tom McNair,
No.
Councilman Casey, Mayor Kumar, Shane Hajar, Sarah O'Keefe,
No.
Councilman Miller,
Yes.
Patrick Patton, Matt Walter,
No.
Jeff Stiles. I saw Commissioner Riddell leave.
Yeah, I think you did.
Chris Rename,
Yes.
yes. Andy Hawk. Okay. I'm sorry, Linda Sternheimer. Okay. Okay, I have 25 no votes and 5 yes votes. Did I miss anybody?
Okay. All right, so the amended resolution did not pass. All right, so we'll go back to the original resolution and vote on that. So all those in favor, this will be with the option 3. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Resolution passes. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you, Joe. Oh, hold on. I don't know why they didn't. I didn't hear them say no
Oh, okay.
on that one. So, okay. So we Grace and I just briefly chatted. We're going to just narrow down the presentation discussion items to the item B, 7B, which is the Federal Highway, Federal Transit TMA certification review. We'll do that. And then the first one, the 7A, internal strategic plan and board of directors engagement and communication survey, we will move that item to the January meeting. So Grace and Lawrence, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Again, in the interest of time, I'll turn it directly over to Lawrence Hall, who is the representative from Federal Highway Administration, who is taking the lead on the performance review of NOACA for the TMA certification.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Lawrence Hall with the Federal Highway Administration. I'm joined by Susan Weber of Federal Transit Administration as the lead from the FTA side. And we are conducting our every 4-year TMA certification review. So I'll get into the purpose of the review, and really this is an opportunity for you to comment on the process. This is also the standard presentation we give to the public, so I know we may have some people viewing online or who will come back to the presentation once it will be posted on the website. So this is, again, an opportunity for everyone to comment. So per federal requirements, the U.S. DOT must jointly review the transportation planning process for urbanized areas with a population over 200,000 to ensure that federal planning requirements are being implemented not just by NOACA, but ODOT and transit partners as well. So again, seeking your input. The comments we received today or by mail or email within the next month will be summarized and included in a report. So this report has 3 types of findings. There can be a recommendation, that's ways we feel that NOACA and partners can improve the planning process. Corrective actions are when someone is not meeting regulations, and those have clear timelines for fixing them. Lastly, we can highlight best practices and achievements. Those are known as commendations, and those are really important for an agency like NOACA because you can point to them in grant applications and hopefully increase your odds of getting the grant. So we'll issue a final report by March summarizing the findings of our process and then certify NOACA as a TMA. So briefly going through that transportation planning process, which hopefully as board members you're all familiar with, so I'll move quickly. It's a procedure by which decisions are made to plan, select, and prioritize transportation projects. The key on this slide is multimodal. It's roads, bridges, transit, bike, and pedestrian. And that's important because there's always a greater need than funding available. So this process is how the region decides how it will spend those funds to have the most efficient results. All of you at NOACA are involved, as well as GCRTA, Lake Tran. I understand Lorraine, Medina, and Geauga have some transit systems as well, ODOT, stakeholders, the general public. Who is NOACA? Again, this is designed for the public. You know who you are, but I will say we appreciate the board, committee, subcommittee, and advisory council structure that NOACA has, as it really enables robust public comment opportunities. And what NOACA has to do is what we call the 3C planning approach, and this is actually enshrined in federal rules. So continuing, cooperative, and comprehensive. One thing I always like to point out on this slide, comprehensive considers all other planning. NOACA does not do things in a vacuum. It works with its counties, cities, villages, and townships looking at your own comprehensive plans, your land use and zoning to complement it through transportation planning. And public outreach is conducted across all of NOACA's activities. And NOACA is required to consider 10 different planning factors. Again, these are right in federal law. I won't read them all to you, but economic growth, safety, environmental protection, system preservation, congestion mitigation. So these are all required at the federal level. We leave it to regional agencies like NOACA to determine the most appropriate way to do these things within this area. And to meet those federal planning factors, there are a variety of required planning products. So first, the Unified Planning Work Program, which NOACA calls the OWP, comes out every year. The Metropolitan Transportation Plan, also known as the Long Range Plan, looks at a 20-plus year horizon. The Transportation Improvement Program is the most immediate 4 years within the MTP. Also a Public Participation Plan and Congestion Mitigation Process. So I'll briefly go into what all of those are. Again, hopefully all of you know, but for the benefit of the public. So the work plan is what we call a plan for planning activities. It's where NOACA describes all the work that will be conducted over the next year. Who will do it, whether it's staff, consultant, or someone else outside the agency, what the tangible work product will be at the end, how much that will cost to do, and where those funds will come from. The Metropolitan Transportation Plan, again, long range, looking out at 20 years. This is the big picture vision that all of you work collectively to consider and decide on, to then have specific goals and objectives. It can be updated every 4 or 5 years. In NOACA, it is 4 years based on clean air requirements. The Transportation Improvement Program, the TIP, is financially constrained list of projects that will be conducted over the next 4 years. You already had a presentation on the 26 to 29 TIP today. And again, this has to conform to air quality standards for Northeast Ohio, and public and stakeholder involvement are required. The public participation process outlines how NOACA will do that public outreach for the long-range plan, for the TIP, for the work program, ensuring adequate public notice, ensuring that public will be able to participate in the process, such as your public comment periods. Importantly, we learned yesterday through our site visit with all the staff is the great work NOACA does monitoring effectiveness of the public participation plan. So we saw some really innovative things like TV commercials and billboards and how they're getting more people involved in the process. The congestion management process is development and application of strategies to improve multimodal system performance. Again, here, multimodal is the key. We recognize that we can't widen roads forever. We're going to run out of room. It's not good for air quality or water quality. So the congestion management process looks at a variety of tools to really reduce congestion, improve reliability. And it is, again, a requirement of MPOs over 200,000 people. So briefly, these all fit together. The yearly work program should have staff time and funding devoted to long-range plan and TIP development and maintenance, as well as the public participation plan and the congestion mitigation process. So again, just to sum up, we're here to hear from you what your thoughts are on the NOACA planning process. And I realize we're running over time already, so here's contact information. And I also left a stack of my cards by the lunches. You're free to contact Susan or I anytime in the next month. And with that, I will turn it back over. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Lawrence. Thanks for your presentation. Any comments, questions for Lawrence since we've got him here? Okay, well, we've got your contact information. Thank you, Lawrence. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Any other? Oh, Grace, did you have anything?
I just wanted to thank Lawrence and Susan and their team for coming here, many of them from Columbus or Chicago, some of them local, but to thank them for the partnership that they have with us. We appreciate all the assistance. We appreciate the support, and we appreciate the process that we went through yesterday. We know that they are here to really help us be successful, and we thank them for that.
Yes, we sure do. Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. Any other reports or updates for today's meeting? We're good. All right. Any old business? Any new business? Any additional public comments? Okay, I'm going to adjourn today's meeting. So thanks for coming, everyone, and happy holidays. We'll see you next year.